Stab that felt.
Alright, I think that's kind of in frame.
Good enough?
Alright, so we're gonna zoom out a little bit for today, guys. Just a little. Although it doesn't look all that zoomed out, but... Hello, people. Hello. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe we don't actually unrubber band this, because I don't know if we're going to use it today, but we'll keep it out. That's the big boy. That's the big boy that's kind of a pain. Alright. Get our leather friends on our fingers. So Friday, when we left off, I've not had time to do much. I've been busy, so been busy trying to get challengers ready for our Wednesday stream, and busy doing stuff for Lita, and here we are. I actually wanted to start sooner, but things and stuff with the one article that I had to update, so here we are. And we'll go from here. So I didn't get any extra work done on this, and I didn't get any extra work done on my off-stream project either. I've just not had much time to do anything really. So we're gonna pick back up with where we left off. Just gonna shorten these just a little, because we don't want it to put that down. We don't want it too crazy. Alright, let me see about lighting this, because it looks a little dark. See how swinging the lamp in that direction does us. That's a little better. Alright. So we're just gonna dive in. They're calling for a snow, winter, possible ice storm for us on Wednesday evening. So just a heads up that Wednesday's stream could be subject to change depending on when I wake up. So if it's already if the weather has already taken a turn by the time I wake up, then we'll be doing something that's not challenge related. We'll have to see. We're definitely gonna have to play that one by ear there. The intent is still to be ready for Wednesday, and we will try to do our challenge stuff on Wednesday, but just be aware there is a chance that it could change. So hope all of you are having a good day. Hope your weekend has been kind. It is going to be a little bit of a snuffly day, and I do apologize. But I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to this state because I'm always snuffly. Or at least that's what it seems, so I'll do my best to keep it somewhat in check. So, oh, I didn't bring up the thing, you guys. I knew I was forgetting to do something. It's going down my checklist of everything else that I needed to do. No. Wanted to mute. That's what I wanted to do. We don't need to see this ad. I just want... Can we get a head-on shot of this, please? Preferably without Bob's arm in the way. That would be stellar. So there is a teeny bit of yellow. Down in the water. I don't know if I'm going to bring the yellow down into the water. On this one, I might. If I do, it won't be till we are all done putting in the rest of the water. So we are working on getting in sky blue at the moment. That's the shade of this yarn. I know it doesn't look very blue. It looks very blue when it's against itself. Like in its bag, it's pretty blue. So I do find it pretty fascinating. Wow, that's a herd of motorcycles. Wow. That was really unexpected. Sorry, guys. We live on, like, the main road that goes through our town. There is a section that you can bypass the downtown with, but people tend to not use it very much. I don't know why. But they seem to not. So, we will occasionally, more often than not, have the loud traffic rolling through. And you know what? I'm going to have to fluff more of this blue for our next project, because I did not think I was going to be using this blue. Our purple blue. For this. So we will definitely have to see about that. Sorry, I thought I had a piece of my hair in there. I was like, no, I don't need to be felted into this, that's for sure. We don't need that. Right, there is a little bit of a section up in here. I thought we had covered this pretty good last week, and then I saw I just missed faintly a small part. That I kind of want to snag in here, so It's just me being picky about it at this point. But we will work on getting that in as we try to keep this as level as we can. I probably have not succeeded in that department. I cannot draw a straight line to save my life, even with a ruler. It still comes out crooked. Don't ask me how, it does. That's why I try to use my T-square, and even then, it'll be a crooked straight line, if that makes sense. Okay. Alright. Now I know this looks a little wonky, but that's because as we've been tapping in, the felt's been kind of shrinking in on itself a little bit. But that'll even out as we go. Just trying to get this into a little bit of a snake here. Wow, traffic is just so loud today. All of the loud vehicles are out in full force, it would seem. It's just gonna be one of those afternoons. Alright. So did anybody do anything interesting or fun over the weekend? Did you work on any new projects? Did you work on any old projects? Did you finish up any projects that were in progress? Tell me, I want to know. Because, you know, some days it's a project just getting out of bed. And I totally feel it. And I'm proud of you if you got that far. Some days you have to celebrate the small victories. Because they're still a victory. Don't discount the small stuff, because it can actually be a big deal. And you know what? Those small victories add up to bigger victories, so... I knew I had another little guy here. Alright, let me... Alright, so I have a little bit of... some green showing through in here. We're just gonna hit that up now. So I'm not gonna say we're gonna get the mountain done yet today or even started, because we'll have to see how our water goes with getting popped in here. I don't want to get too ambitious today. I'd like to, don't get me wrong, I really would, but Friday I got a little too ambitious, like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this today, and then I felt stupid because we didn't get to that. But that was partially because I decided to do the water first instead of the mountain, because, you know, that way we don't have to jump around too much in the tutorial. Which is probably the better idea. Let's go. So we will see what we can get done. Wow, all of the motorcycles in the area seem to be out. You know what? It's probably because it's one of the warmer days we've had recently. And they are talking some sort of winter system moving in later in the week, so everybody's probably out trying to take advantage of it while they can. I mean, winter's not like a unicorn down here, but it has been rather nippy lately. More so than average. Alright. Sure, we've got a lot of people keeping tabs on the football game today. I'm not really into football, so not my thing. Never really was. It does look like we're going to need to put in a little bit more of our light blue in that section. I'll tell you, we're going to have to put a cover over my power button on my PC because one of the cats has started climbing on my tower while I'm asleep, and I had left my PC on last night because I was in the middle of doing an article update for WoW Challenges, and I was like, well, I'm already logged in. I really don't want to go through the whole hassle of getting logged back in again, and this is what I'm going to be working on first thing when I get up, so I'm just going to leave the PC on and just leave myself in the article. That's fine. No big deal. I'll just turn my monitors off for tonight. I don't always do that. So, like, I don't always leave the PC up all night. So, like, it'll be fine. And don't you know, I fucking woke up and, oh, thanks, Zorts. How are you? I woke up and I went to turn my monitor on and I noticed my PC was really super quiet. And I was like, the fuck? And then I noticed my microphone wasn't lit, and I was, son of a bitch, the cat turned my computer off. And Russell goes, oh yeah, he was climbing over that, and I tried to yell at him to get down. I was like, damn it. My old PC, we had to make a plastic flip cover to tape over the power button, because he would do that on the old one. I will say, I am pretty proud of the other one that I've been working on. We're okay. I had a rough late afternoon, evening, yesterday. Mother-in-law did something asinine to me, and I got a bit upset about it. But this is one of the felted projects I've been working on off stream. It's almost done. I just have to finish up putting the highlights on my tree and then trim my background felts. But you know, not bad when it'll be all said and done. There was an incident yesterday. I actually had to leave the house for a little bit because I was not appreciative of what she did. So, but doing a little better today. At least my migraine from the stress of it all calmed down a bit. Russell is making soup at the moment. That's what he wanted to eat today, so he is off making that in the kitchen. He just stepped away to go use the stick blender. That's what the weird noise was in the background that sounded like a vacuum cleaner. If it came through on the microphone, he was doing the stick blender on it. He was making a corn chowder. You finally found a first-person game that doesn't make you want to barf. Oh, what game? First-person games are hard. They really can be. Power washer simulator. That sounds interesting. There's a lot of simulator games coming out now. Russell was messing around with, was it Gas Station Simulator for a little bit? I still want to make a flamingo or a guinea pig sim. But I don't know the first thing about coding, so I'll stick to my fluff and my sharp pointy things. It's relaxing. I imagine there's got to be some sort of satisfaction involved with it as well, watching stuff become clean that was filthy. Which, you know, that's always an added bonus. At least I would think it would be. gross but satisfying at the same time. Gross because, ew, it was that dirty. We need to replace our, we didn't have, like, a real power washer, like with the air compressor and all. We had a special wand for our hose that kind of simulated a power washer. So it would just compress it into a high-pressured, jet, I suppose you could say. And, the bar, the little metal tube bent somehow. So we need to replace that. You bought it last night and was up till 8 a.m. playing it. Wow, you're up to 8 a.m. and you're up already? Although, I was up at 10:30, so, or almost, I got up before 11, I'll put it that way. I did not want to be up before 11. I was actually hoping I was gonna get to sleep until like 1 or 2 and then deal with the Lunar Festival article for WoW Challenges and then get the stream started. I wasn't actually expecting to start until like 3 or 4. However, we have the light we have in our kitchen is very old, and it has like a glass square. I don't want to call it a dome because it didn't completely enclose it. There were gaps around the light fixture. It kind of reminded you of like a square plate that just kind of attached with a screw over it. And we've hit it multiple times by accident with our hands or the broomstick when we've been trying to clean and stuff, because it's in such an awkward spot in the kitchen, and we forget that the ceiling is so low out there. And I woke up to a crashing noise and I was like, what the fuck was that? And I didn't hear anything after that, and then I'm like, where's Russell? And the house was pretty quiet. I didn't hear anybody coming to investigate what the noise was. And I was like, oh shit. So I got up and I was like, sweetie, and he's like, it's fine, we're okay. And I'm like, what happened? He goes, I tapped the thing, I didn't realize where my hands were, and I was stretching and I hit the thing and it fell and it shattered. So everybody was okay, but we now don't have a shield, a dome, whatever the fuck you want to call it, on the light in the kitchen. So it is a little bit brighter out there now, but we have that light fixture to be replaced on our long list of bullshittery that needs to be dealt with around this house. Because Jesus Christ. Own a home, they said. It's so much better, they say. Except you don't have a landlord that you can bitch at to fix it when shit breaks. And then it becomes your problem to deal with. Although depending on where you live, you could potentially have a shitty landlord that doesn't do anything, but sleep has been elusive lately. Oh, I know that one. I know that one well. So if we bring a little bit of the yellow down into here, then I'll probably still put some more of the light blue across that one section, because I can see a little bit of the green through it. I mean, not that that would necessarily be a terrible thing. It might kind of... This traffic today is killing me. It might be a little... like shades of the water filtering in. I'll have to see. But yeah, like I was having a pretty good day yesterday. It was a very neutral day, and I will take all of the neutral days ever. Especially since the day before wasn't quite so neutral. And I was like, okay, cool. I'd woken up, I drug myself out of bed, I was working on some challengers, we were making progress on getting ready for Wednesday, and I was feeling pretty good about where we were sitting. And then Ass Hattery happened. And I gotta tell you, it's real damn exhausting to have a boundary request that you've set up requested multiple times over 9 years to please don't do this, and just have it constantly ignored. Constantly. And it gets to a point where you don't know if it's on purpose or if the person is just really that fluffy-brained. I'm told they're just that fluffy-brained, but that doesn't make it right. So it's just damn exhausting. Gotta tell you. Alright, so I've got a little bit of green poking through here. I don't think it's coming through on camera, but I can see it, so we're gonna hit that up. Right in there. I mean, a lot of this that I'm fussing over might end up getting covered up by other stuff, so I probably shouldn't fuss it too hard. I keep trying to tell myself, because the way Bob layers shit, you know, there could be fucking trees sitting over that and we'll never see it there to begin with, so. Alright. Oh, the Russell has returned. Zort says hello.
Hi, Zorts. Soup.
Sorry, he gets excited about his corn chowder. All right. Zorts is busy trying not to fall asleep and playing Power Washer Simulator.
Ooh, fun. Kinda wanted to get that myself, yeah.
Food is worth getting excited about. Yeah, some food is. Some food definitely is. I'm sad I'm not really a soup fan because I really don't feel like cooking today, but oh well. I actually have a lot on my plate after we get done here today, so gotta get to doing dishes. I gotta get the litter boxes done and get the trash out to the curb. I don't think I need to do laundry again yet. Although husband will have to tell me about that. He has less clothes than I do. Although granted, both of our clothes are warmer weather. So are you gonna stream your power washer? It sounds so awkward to say. Your power washer simulator, or is that just for you in downtime? Which is totally fine. I mean, all of us need something to do in downtime. This is your chill game? Yeah. We all just need that one game or two where we don't have to think about doing anything or have to worry about talking our way through it. And the streaming is tiring because, I mean, you're talking for how many hours? Plus thinking about what you're doing. Plus trying to get through, you know, game controls and doing other stuff. It's quite the endeavor some days, especially. At least for me. Momo actually jumped up on the bed last night. He was on a mission to save his brother. Peanut is kind of on thin ice with the dogs. Some days he's fine with them, and then other days he'll just swing at them if they get too close. So the dogs are very nervous around him because they never know what he's gonna do. He's kind of taken on Gus's role, because Gus always made them nervous because he'd be fine and then he'd just swing out of nowhere. He would lure them in and then be like, nah, and then just whap right in the face. So, Peanut kind of crazy, and Zuzu likes to get under the blankets on the bed. Well, Peanut will jump up on the bed, and I don't know if he's not sure if the dog is under the blanket. You would think he'd be able to smell him there, but maybe his smell's all over the blankets, so he's not sure. And so he'll jump up on the bed and either go to step too close to Zuzu or step on Zuzu. Now, I don't know what happened last night because my back was to the bed. But all of a sudden, I heard grrr. The blanket started moving, Momo started whining, and I looked over and Peanut was standing on the very edge of the bed, and I saw the blanket moving near the edge of the bed, and Zuzu was frantically trying to dig his way out. And I was like, ooh, that's like a legit growl. Like an angry, pissed off, what the fuck's going on growl. And then next thing I knew, Momo had gotten himself up on the bed and was in Peanut's face, trying to protect his brother before I could get up and see what the hell was going on. The second I stood up to figure out what was going on, Peanut jumped off the bed. Zuzu climbed out from under the blanket, and Momo came bounding over to me on the bed and sat in front of me and was like, I did the thing, Mom, I did the thing. And I was like, oh, you're such a good boy, you saved brother. And I was like, oh, and look, you're on the bed. And I shouldn't have said that, because then Momo had this like recognition light bulb go off above his head. Like, you could see it happen in his eyes, where he was like, oh shit, I'm on the bed. And he like quick hopped off the bed so fast. I was like, oh damn, I shouldn't have said anything. It's like, Bunny, you can be on the bed, come on back up on the bed. And then he's like, nope, not going back up there. And I was like, oh. And then I felt really bad, but I was so excited that he had gotten up there, since he hasn't really done so since he got hurt. But anything to save brother. They are very protective of each other. I don't know if that is because they are in fact actually brothers. They're litter mates. I'm not just saying, oh, it's brother, because it's a fellow doggo. They are actual legit blood brothers. Now make sure you save some soup for later. You're gonna be upset if you eat it all now. There goes the motorcycles again. But, alright, we need a little bit more of our blue, in the light blue, in there. Don't need a huge amount, so we're gonna cut that down. Remember, we have the finger guards on for a reason. Especially after the needle broke on us last week, we're definitely keeping these on. Granted, it broke because I was doing something silly, but all the more reason to have these on when actively working with this stuff. Because, you know, sometimes my brain tries to do too much at once because it doesn't know how to focus on one task at hand. Alright, I am gonna change out this song though. You ever have that moment where you can't tell if the hair that you're seeing out of the corner of your eye is in your eyelashes, an eyelash altogether, or if it's just a tiny little hair curled around that's attached to the side of your head? Alright. I've been staring at it in my peripheral for a while now. It's driving me crazy. Alright. A little bit in here. Alright, so we're gonna ignore the messy edges because we'll get those sorted eventually. But we are far from dealing with that. All right. My goodness, so back home, now I didn't live in Atlantic City, but I did work in Atlantic City, New Jersey. They broke a snow record, 14 inches. Like, holy shit. That's a lot of snow on the boardwalk, you guys. A lot of snow. I was actually watching a webcam that was set up at one of the casinos that does a boardwalk shot, and that snow was something else, the way it was coming down. It was coming down pretty quick. Like, that's a lot of snow for South Jersey. I know it's not, I know it's chump change to some of you, but for there, being right on the ocean, that's a lot of snow. Like, they were plowing the boardwalk with pickup trucks and like a tiny little modified trash truck, and within 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most, you couldn't tell where they had plowed. It was crazy. I'm seeing pictures that people were posting that I still have on Facebook from when I lived up there, and oof. I am so glad we weren't still up there for that, and that I wasn't still working at the casino, because you sure as hell know they would have been having staff laid up in the hotel somehow, some way, because whenever it snows, everybody starts calling out, and it's a 24/7 industry. Gotta have people to run the hotel, because a lot of the staff is unionized, and they can only work so many hours on the clock, so... I was not in a union. My department was not unionized. Although, I wonder if we were supposed to be. Because my department was tied in with table games. And the dealers got part of...
Listen, what's up?
I said, I wonder if my department was supposed to be part of the union.
Probably not.
Because we were tied in with table games, and we had to wear the same uniforms as the dealers did.
Yeah, but I don't think you guys were part of the union. Quite frankly, you guys didn't pull in money for them to unionize over.
No, not really. We weren't allowed to touch money unless it was strictly a tip, and then we had to split it with whoever else was on shift with us. And the executives weren't allowed to accept tips. It was against their license. But we were part of table games. I didn't really want to be part of that union anyway, because I didn't understand what that union knew about dealers and table games in a casino. I thought it was kind of dumb that that's the union that they picked to represent themselves. I would have at least thought that they would have tried to get a union to represent them that knew the industry. And they didn't, as far as I could tell. So I was very confused about that. I mean, I don't know much about unions, obviously. You can tell that from the way I talk, but I found it very odd. Loud truck. Sorry. No, I found it very odd that the dealers went with the United Auto Workers Union to establish under. 'Cause there was a casino industry union already, but that was for housekeepers and the hotel staff. So I guess they couldn't get in under them, like the cocktail waitresses and housekeeping were under that union. They were under like a different union. So I don't know if that union didn't want to touch them. So this was the only people that were willing to. I don't know. It was very strange. I think this was the same union that the valet drivers tried to join. And it sort of got approved, and then they didn't do anything, and then I think they voted to kill it.
Well, it got approved, and then it took them more than a year to figure out an attempt at a contract. And the contract was absolute garbage, so nobody voted for it.
Yeah, and then, like, you guys voted all to kill it, so it was kind of pointless.
Yeah, after another year, keep in mind that for these 2 years when we didn't have a contract, they tried to collect dues, of course.
Which is bullshit.
When they did nothing for us and we had no representatives and no one was there.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
So after 2 years of that, one of the other employees finally got sick of it and started collecting signatures for another vote to get rid of the union, and we got rid of it.
Didn't it just barely pass anyway for the valet drivers? Like, I didn't think that many valet drivers wanted in on it to begin with.
No, they voted it in because the guy who was helping the union get in sold them pie in the sky.
They always do.
Which was completely unrealistic, and I warned them as such. At the amount that valet drivers make, they're not going to pay for your health insurance.
No.
They're not going to do nothing for you.
The valet drivers were...
Not UAC, anyhow. Jesus.
Oh, I thought they went under the same one that the dealers tried to do.
I'm sorry, I thought it was UAW.
United Auto Workers.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. They ain't gonna do shit. They're a business. They're not a protect the people union. They're a we're making money doing this union. Didn't do much good for the dealers either.
Yeah, no, I think they were sorry they did that in the end. Because I think a lot of people were bitching more about the union rules than anything after they joined it. I heard a lot of grumblings that it was not what they thought it was going to be. And I think some of them were a little mad because they didn't get to work as much as they had been without it, or the call-out rules got fucked over, or something stupid happened with either vacation or call-outs or something. And I know there was a lot of disgruntled dealers that would come in and bitch to the credit execs from time to time that they were friends with. But yeah, so glad we weren't still in AC or still there, because I know sure as shit we would have been told we had to stay or tried to being conned into staying. I did it once, I'll never do it again. Be like, no, I can't. I got pets at home. I can't get stuck here. That job was not worth it. It really wasn't. And then it turned out they didn't even need me to stay after all, because the people they were worried about not making it in did make it in the next day. So I was like, this was dumb. And then while we were there, we got trapped there because the buses stopped running, and that's how we had gotten to work, and we couldn't get home. I think we were trapped there like 48 hours. That was not fun. Because I had a really hard time sleeping. And then by the time I got home, then I had to dig the car out for my dad so he could go to work for his next shift. On like 3 hours of sleep. That was bad. Like, he ended up working my next shift or something. I don't know, somehow we ended up trading shifts or some shit. Because we could work in the same department. We just couldn't be on the same shift. Plus we had to pay for our own licensing, which, I mean, okay, I guess, fair enough. But the license wasn't cheap. I think it was good for 2 years? I know I had to renew it once while we were there. Maybe it was good for 3 years. That was like $300, $350. And if we didn't have that renewed, we couldn't work in that department. Because of the amount of financial information that we touched and money we were around, we had to be fully background checked. It's rather intimidating sitting around that much money because our department was kind of crammed into the main cage. And it wasn't a separate office. We were just kind of thrown in the back with all the cashiers and the main cage shenanigans, inner workings that would be going on. So the cage was very open to the casino floor, which I found fascinating, that you could just see so much that was going on back there by just like looking at what was happening. Like, there was a small partition wall between the main cashiers and what was happening in the back. However, that partition wall did not continue around where we were working. And if you came into the credit office, which was sitting right next to the cashier windows, it didn't have its own separate door or anything. The partition wall stopped where our counter started, and you could just see everything going on back there. And I was like, wow, this doesn't seem very safe. But maybe it was like that for camera angle purposes. I don't know. There had to be like 50 fucking cameras back there anyway, but no matter what you did, there was a camera on you, so. But every night they'd be getting armored car ready for the deposit for armored cars. Very eye-opening that they're just doing that, because they didn't. They sort of did it in the main bank, but we were near the main bank, and the trolleys that they put the shit in, that they locked it up into, were just sitting like right next to us. I had to walk past them several times to go get paperwork and files, and I'm like, I'm really uncomfortable with this sitting here. Can you like move this closer to where your door is, because I need to walk by, and I don't want anybody freaking out that I'm walking by this thing, because I'm not supposed to be touching anything. I'm not supposed to touch chips, I'm not supposed to touch checks, I'm not supposed to touch cash unless it's a direct tip, and then I have to hold it up to the camera so that they see it and they know what it is before I put it away. So can we move this, please? Like, I don't want to have security descend upon me. Could we not? As it was, we had to have clear bags back there and everything for security purposes. And it was very intimidating, to say the least. Especially on the nights they were doing that and it was super busy for us. And I'm just like, could we not? I honestly did not know that they made cash deposit bags that big. I really didn't. I was like, oh my. I was used to working with smaller cash deposit bags when I was doing cash office on the weekends for the craft store. Even that amount of money, handling it, knowing it's not my money, was rather unsettling. And that was chump change compared to what the casino handled. Now, there are casinos around here. However, I think aside from the one that might be at the Hot Springs racetrack, they're all in Oklahoma and Missouri for the most part. And they're part of the Indian reservation lands. They're like they're run by the Indian tribes. The closest one to us is about 45 minutes away. Maybe. Depends on which way you go. And it's nothing like the Atlantic City casinos, I can tell you that much. Nothing. They don't even compare. They are in two totally different leagues. Well, the one that's closest to us isn't. There is a Hard Rock hotel. Maybe we pass it when we go to the zoo. In Tulsa. So maybe about an hour and a half from here. Oh. That one got a little deep there. That is one industry I'm glad I'm not in any longer. It's very hard to take people seriously in the department that I was in, because you never knew if people, like, I was in the in-house credit department, for those that don't know. So we would have to handle applications for people for applying for in-house lines of credit to play with, to gamble with. And when people are drunk, you never know, and with their friends, you never know if they're posing to be Mr. Big Shot in front of their friends, or if they legitimately mean what they're saying. So one night I almost got my ass in trouble because some dude came up to the window and he's like, "Oh yeah, I want to apply for $1 million line of credit." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And he's like, "No, I really do." And I was like, "Oh, okay, sure." And I was like, "Well, I need your bank information." And so that was kind of awkward. Like, you never know if somebody's legitly serious about how much they wanted to apply for, or if they're just, you know, being douchebags because they're drunk and putting on a show for their friends. Because there were some people, I guess, you know, the alcohol flowing made them a little bit braver than they normally would be, but yeah, there was some real assholes that I had to deal with. And of course we had strict rules on how we were to interact with customers, so can't talk back, you can't curse back at them. If they're cursing at you, you kind of have to stand there and take it to a degree, or get a supervisor or security involved. I mean, there was a couple of times where a shit ton of security descended upon the cage, or the main cashier cage is what they called it, because one of the cashiers accidentally hit their panic button that set an alarm off upstairs when shit's getting real. So, like, I'm, like, sitting there in the middle of a bank call, and I look up, and all the security is, like, running in. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And the bank calls were such a pain in the ass, I gotta tell you. I much preferred it when people applied ahead of time. Or their, what the hell were they called? There were go-betweens between high rollers and the plebeian workers. Oh, damn, I can't remember what they called them. They had a specific name. They would like issue comps for people and stuff. And each person had their own list of customers that they handled, of like the higher rollers and whatnot. Oh, they had a specific name. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. What the fuck was it? It's right there, but I'm just completely blanking on it. We'd have to call your so-and-so, and I can't. Oh, that pisses me off. Like, they were basically marketing reps, but I don't think that's what they were referred to as. Oh, that's infuriating. That's gonna piss me off for the rest of the day. I don't think it was marketing rep. It was something else. I thought. It could have been marketing rep. I don't know, but a lot of times these people would call ahead of time and give us all the information we needed, and then we could just call around to other casinos and see if they already had the information on this person, if they were already established a line of credit with someone else, and then we could just, borrow bank reports from them until we could get our own, and then we would send off on the computer requests for information. That was usually okay, and I much preferred to do it that way. But when we had to do the phone calls with someone right there in front of us that wasn't established with someone else, that was a pain in the ass. Because a lot of the banks wouldn't talk to the customers if we were on the phone, so we had to listen in on the call and tell the customers what they had to ask for so that we could hear it directly from the bank representative. Some banks would be okay with us asking the questions directly with the client still on the line and giving their consent. But the longer I was there, the more the banks were like, no, we have to hear it from them. So we would have to be like, can you ask your bank this question? It was so stupid. It just seemed like a level of unnecessary bullshittery to me. I'm like, we really need to do this for $500 for the slots. How about you just go home? I mean, I know that these people were why I was employed, but at the same time, it's like, do we have to do this? Do you have to have this right this moment? Can we get this set up for your next trip? Let's do that. Because I hate these bank calls with a fucking passion. Now, there was a rare instance where one person's debit card number had their bank account number in it. It was like a very small credit union. But the debit card wasn't the entire account number, it was only partly in there, and the dude's arguing with the bank rep that is his bank account number, and they're like, well, it's tied to your bank account, but that's not your bank account number. And I was like, well, I need your entire bank account number, your checking account number. I need that. Because we're issuing you a check, so we have to put that account number on there for where the check has to go to be paid. I need that number. And so many people so many people. I kid you not, it terrified me how many people did not know that the number on their debit card was not their checking account number. And these are people that are older than me and people that were younger than me. It was a whole wide range of people that I had to sit there and calmly try to explain to them. No, this is not your entire checking account number. I'm not saying that there aren't parts of it in there, but they're not going to print your exact checking account number on your debit card for safety reasons. Because if they put your entire ass checking account number on this card and you lose it, and it ends up in someone else's hands, the amount of damage that they will do to you in a very short period of time, I don't think you quite grasp. That's a no. It was crazy. I'm like, if this is actually your checking account number on this debit card, you might want to consider getting a different bank, because they do not have your safety, your financial safety in mind. Just saying. I'd be switching banks so fast. I was like, and you're okay with that? Like, it's tied to your checking account. I'm not disputing that, but this is not your checking account number. Maybe it was just marketing rep. I'm still hung up on that. It could have been marketing rep, but it doesn't sound right. I mean, that's what they did, but I thought they had an actual title. Unless that was the title. I'm gonna have to look that up later. See if I can find it. I thought they had a specific title. I thought marketing rep described what they do, but I thought they had a different name. Oh well. But it was quite an eye-opening experience working there. I'm like, when you get home, look at your check, like a paper check, and look at your debit card number. They're not the same. I think one person was, and it was off by like 2 digits. But he didn't know what the 2 digits were that shouldn't be there. So we had a hell of a time getting him set up. I think he finally managed to get the bank to fax him something. But that was crazy. And that I ended up having to leave in somebody else's lap, because that was happening right as my shift was ending for the day. And I was so glad my shift was ending for the day, because I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm not doing this. This is crazy. But at the same time, I worked, like, the worst shifts. Like, the shifts I worked, the banks weren't always open. Some of the 24-hour customer lines were, but not all of them. And, a lot of people thought that because the automated system was 24 hours, that there was somebody there to physically talk to 24 hours. And I'm like, no. That doesn't work that way. Hi, Zuzu. What is up, buddy? It's 3:30, buddy. You're on the nose. Just about. Hi. What's up? What can I do for you? How long have we been streaming? It hasn't even been 2 hours, but like, what is that? What is the matter? Where's Dad? Where has the husband gone off to? I think he wants his 3:30 treat or he has to pee. But Russell's vanished. I don't know where he vanished to. Alright. Let me see if I can get a hold of husband. Don't know if he'll understand my request, if he even has his phone with him. Let me see if I can find the thing. I'm trying to type one-handed because I've got this stuff on my fingers, so it makes it really hard. But Discord doesn't always send the message through on his phone. So if he's not with his phone, or if he's not at his computer directly, he doesn't always get the message. And I don't know where he is. We'll see if that makes sense to him. No, Bob. Don't. I accidentally clicked you, Bob. I'm not ready for you to move on yet. We're still working on the water, sir. We're slowly working on the water. Right, let me... Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get our other color here. See if he actually gets that message. Or I may have to go find him. I don't know where he's at. He could be doing dishes, but I don't hear any noise coming from the kitchen, so I don't think that's it. I get so frustrated with his phone and Discord, because when he was in the other room after his surgery, because he couldn't lay in our bed because the dog was going to jump on him. We'd be messaging back and forth through Discord, and he's like, well, if you need something, let me know. And I'd start messaging him, and I was legitly asking him a question about something, and I'd get no response. And I'm like, hello? I was just talking to you 5 minutes ago. You did not fall asleep that fast. I'm like, hello? Like 20 minutes later, I'm like, are you pissed off at me? Should I like go fuck myself? Like, are you going to answer me? And then like a half an hour later goes by, and then he like checks his phone and he's like, oh, sorry, Discord disconnected again. So I don't know where he's at. I mean, the house is not that big. He could have gone in his mom's room. I kind of want him to take the dog out so I don't have to stop. We'll see if he gets my message. Or shows up. One or the other. Yep, it's a slow process, but, you know, it's coming along. It's coming along. I think when I put the speed paint video together from start to finish, it'll look pretty fascinating. So I'm not gonna archive this one in the long format on the YouTube channel, but I am going to send it over there and then download it all and then try to edit it down into a speed paint version, which will probably still end up being like a half an hour long. Could end up being like an hour speed paint, which is crazy, but I mean, last week we did go 6 hours, so I'm like trying to figure out what speed I can get that done. So that'll take me a while to edit together. I need to get some work done on Flamingo Falls. I haven't been in there. Wasn't in the mood to deal with zoo. I still need to do stuff for Minecraft. I need to get some more stuff smelted. I haven't had enough hours in the day, especially with Russell not being able to do anything for a couple of weeks, so all of my extra energy was devoted. Extra energy, that's a unicorn. That doesn't exist. What little extra time I had to go to other stuff getting done. Alright, he didn't get my message, so give me 1 second, you guys. I will be right back. Stretch, stand up, go grab a snack, go potty. I will be right back in just a moment if I can find the right thing. Yeah, okay, be right back. Okay, husband found. Alright. So, we can drop that now. Alright. Did you save some of that for dinner?
That was dinner. It's a little early, but it was dinner.
Well, did you save any for my mom? Because she wanted some.
Yeah, she had some.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really early for her dinner.
Yeah, but it's not so unusual for her. You know, she eats early when she can. And Dennis got fed, too. Zeus? Go pee-pee quick?
I don't know if he was being weird because you were in the other room or if he had to potty, but he was, like, insistently tapping me.
Go pee-pee quick, okay? No shenanigans.
He was being a little weird, to say the least. Alright. So I was gonna do that a little differently, but you know what, let's reverse that. So we can't blend like Bob can with paint, but we can try to get the point across. Okay, and to any of my WoW people, my WoW Challenges people, when I went to update the Lunar Festival article, Wowhead had not posted anything for retail at that time, and I had to get started on stream. So if anything new did happen, or if WoW had posted their article yet, which I do not know if they did, I will double check when I'm done and see if they listed anything new. I don't think there was gonna be. Zaya had popped in and was looking around in game, and he said he didn't see anything new. And at the time I posted the article, there was nothing new up on Wowhead's guide. They've been a little slow lately to update the holiday stuff. So, you know, as always, the disclaimer of use caution. If something looks weird, go grab a scout to check it. Excuse me. And, you know, if there is something new that got posted in the Wowhead article, I will check it when I am done here today. And then I will update that article, or our article, if it warrants an update. Like, the only new change could have been maybe the item level gear drop off of Omen. And I don't even think that may have gotten updated because we're still in the same X-Pack as last year's, with 60 being the cap, so I don't think the item level would have been updated. It could have been to coincide with the current raid tier, maybe, but that doesn't really affect challengers because you can't wear that shit anyway, so just be careful. But I doubt there was anything major going on there. All right. Just filling in where it was a little bit thin in that spot. Just want to make sure that it wasn't too thin. All right. Runaway fluff. I do see another slightly thin spot up here that I do want to address while I'm looking at it. Hopefully, the rest of the week will be quiet and be neutral as far as, you know, drama in this house, because holy shit. You lost your 50. Oh, that was you on Twitter. Oh, okay. At least I think, because that was the same level as the Twitter post earlier when I woke up. So what actually got you? Do you know? Was it a guard? Was it... I was half asleep when I was doing the stuff for WoW challenges, and I was like, oh, okay. And now I don't remember exactly what you said happened. I know you said you lost it near Ogremar. Was it just like a patrolling mob, or was it... Did you get flagged for PvP? Flying guards outside. And you thought you were way outside. Yeah. Just like all nodes are not for all challengers. Not every elder is for every challenger. Same thing's gonna go with like fires and candy. Well, fires are a little bit safer. I just wouldn't desecrate the fires for Fire Festival. And I think candy buckets are faction only, but yeah, those elders can be a bitch. Trying to figure out if you can get close enough to get this one or not, and but the good thing is oh, I don't know. I'm not trying to how to word this. Yes, you lost it, and that always hurts, especially when you were that close. On the flip side, at least it happens during a holiday where you can try to get up to level 5 faster, if that makes sense, instead of having to do all of the exploring nonsense to get your professions. You might be able to get there a little bit faster with the help of the holiday. So at least there's some sort of event going on that you can use to try to get at least a little bit more footing than if there wasn't any. You're on the hill outside, got into PvP and didn't notice it, and you followed the coins on the map and got there and saw it was inside the city, so you're just gonna skip it. Was just standing outside deciding where to go next, and 2 of them swooped down and you didn't have time to react. Oh, 2. I don't know if you would have been able to get away from 2 though. Those guards mean business. Excuse me. Snotty voice. Usually those guards can hit you before you even know what the fuck happened. And look, there I go. I'm doing that again. I'm gonna break in this needle too. You think I would have learned my lesson last time? They slowed you down and that's what got you. Yeah, some of those guards can one-shot you before you've even blinked sometimes, and you're like, what the fuck? I lost one of my bloodthirsty to an elite guard several expansions ago. I was playing Horde and had not done Pandaria as a Horde, and saw a Horde flight point on the map, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna kill my way over there and I'll pick up the flight point, so I'll have somewhere else that I can fly around to. Maybe there'll be some stuff I can kill over there. Was killing Hosen, not even really thinking about it. And I was getting closer to the flight point where it should have been. And it slowly started to dawn on me that I was getting closer to said flight point. And why are these guys hostile this close to the flight point that I should, in theory, be able to access? And it wasn't clicking in my brain fast enough. Because, you know, I don't normally play Horde, so I was like, what? And I was starting to get a little concerned. And I was like, you know, maybe I'll just kill this one last Hosen that I can see. that's in range. And then I'll start going back the other way, because something seems weird that there's this many hostiles coming up onto where this flight point should be. Again, still wasn't fully sinking in. So I pulled the Hosen that I could see at max range for power word pain. So I was on my priest. Like, I had backed up until it had gone out of range and then took like 2 steps forward and then it was in range. I was like, okay. Pulled it. Next thing I know, there's another Hosen coming with it, and I'm like, oh fuck, I pulled 2. How did that even happen? Like, this dude was nowhere near. He was like another max power word pain away from the one that I had pulled. This one was an elite, and it was coming with the normal, and apparently it was one of the guards that was part of where that flight point was supposed to be. And then it hit me, oh fuck, I probably have to unlock and get rep with these guys to get into this flight point. I turned, I ran 2 steps, and I was dead. And I was like, motherfucker. I was so pissed. I was like, oh. I said, well, that'll teach me to be doing something in an area I don't know anything about. Because it was so far ahead of me, too. Like, I couldn't see through the trees what was actually going on up there. And I was like, And I didn't have a normal non-challenger horde character to go check out the situation, so I had no idea. I should have known, since you have to quest with the, was it the pearl fin? The fish people on the Alliance side to be able to utilize their flight points. Yeah, Dark Rider, yeah. Although, to be fair, some of us did see it in the chat and we were trying to get your attention, and you didn't see what we were saying fast enough, and then all of a sudden it's just, it looked at you, it caught your scent and was like, no son, bam. And that was horrific. That was horrific. I still won't go in Darkshire. I do not like going in there now. Ever since that, I'm like, oh no, no, no. That's enough of that. I didn't like Darkshire that much to begin with, but that kind of sealed the deal on that one. Yeah, that trauma's been completely and permanently ingrained in my brain. That and the parachute. Never again. I've never had that fail on me either. Maybe once. After that, it failed on me. Maybe. But I think I had a spell and was able to get my way out of it. But I'd never seen it fail before then. Oh yeah, people tell me they're in Darkshire all the time. I'm like, oh god, why? What are you doing with your life? Don't go to Darkshire. Listen, let me tell you a story. Now, granted, not that many people are doing class hall stuff any longer. Because, you know, that expansion's not current anymore. However, there are still achievement hunters out there. There are still people that liked that expansion, that will level through it. There's still a remote possibility of that happening again. So why would you do this? Especially if you are questing in Crummy time and you are out there and everything's your level. It's not gonna gray out to you. Just no. fuck to the no on that. No, thank you. You still have flashbacks to Ghostlands when one of those... Oh, that was some bullshit. That was some grade A bullshit. I don't think I've gone back to Ghostlands since then. I don't think I've run any hordes. No, I do have a couple of horde characters, but I haven't done Ghostlands since then. Nope, 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 nope. No, thank ya. That was enough trauma. That was like healing a raid fight that would never fucking end, and all of the healers going down. And being the only healer left standing. That was terrible. I mean, yeah, we did manage to kill it, but holy shit, my hands were shaking. There was a couple of times where I was just like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Like, it was getting, like, really down to the wire there, and I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, no, we're not going down this way. If he had gotten a couple lucky crits off, it would not have gone well. It definitely wouldn't have. I've got to adjust those timers on Moobot. I'm not going to do it right now, but I need to add it to my list. Oh, what is it that you use, Source? Is it Stream Labs or Stream Elements? What is it? I was talking to the husband and we might try to do something. Stream Elements. Okay. Was that a pain in the ass to set up? Yeah, I've got to adjust those timers. Those timers are too close together. Like, was it fucking bullshittery to figure out? Okay. Because I am a technologically challenged muffin at times. It was hard enough to figure out Moobot. I think that involved some YouTube tutorials, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Because I was talking to the husband and I asked if he could do me something. Do something for me. So dyslexic, I speak backwards sometimes. And I think I need Stream Elements to set that up. I don't think it's something I can do through Moobot. I might actually end up adding a follower pop-up if we can get it to work. No promises it's gonna happen or when it's gonna happen. Because we're about to get kind of busy. So this week's gonna be somewhat quiet. Mother-in-law's supposed to be leaving on the 1st. Thank fucking God. And she's only gonna be gone for a week though. And then she's coming back, I think, on the 6th. because she has a bunch of doctor's appointments she lined up to deal with before she goes back to New Hampshire with the other sister. And then my dad has to go for blood work, and then the following week my dad has a doctor's appointment he has to go to. Russell has to take his mom to one of her doctor's appointments because she's having a colonoscopy, but I don't know what day that is. So we have to get dates sorted, but once, and then, you know, we have to circle back around to me rescheduling my appointment. Which we're gonna need to do. I want to try to get it done in March. I don't want to do it at all. I really don't. I am being such a chicken about this, and now that it got canceled, I'm like, I don't want to reschedule it. Like, do we have to do this? But I mean, I know we have to do it, but I really don't want to. But my jaw alignment's feeling weird because I'm chewing on the one side of my face that I don't normally chew on. So we're gonna have to, unfortunately, deal with that sooner than later. So maybe the beginning of March. If not the beginning of March, then we'll have to deal with it in April. We'll have to see what happens with that. I mean, we're still trying to figure out his disability, though, so, I mean, the last we heard from the lawyer, that's a hell of a way to start off a conversation. The last we heard from the lawyer, she had needed some information to be able to get into his account with Social Security to get them paperwork the caseworker on their end requested, and he got an email off to her asking her, you know, what's up? She goes, I have to double check with the caseworker to make sure they got it. And she's like, I'll let you guys know. And then he had his surgery and everything. So I don't know what happened. We've been trying to play email tag. He tried emailing her back asking, you know, did you manage to get a hold of them? And he didn't get a response back. But, you know, she could have been busy. She could have been in court. She could have had COVID. Who the fuck knows? So on Monday, I think he said he was going to try to call them. We still have to get my birthday debacle sorted with the insurance that we're on, because we never realized until we went to use it, my date of birth is wrong. They have his year of birth down for me, and I'm like, no, that's not right. And the one lady we talked to couldn't fix it because I was at the dentist's office, and she's like, well, they have to call us directly to fix that, even though I was fucking standing right there. And the number she gave us, Russell called, and they're like, well, you signed up through the insurance marketplace, so we can't fix this. You're gonna have to call them. And they gave him another number to call, and he was supposed to do that, and then he had to have a surgery. So we're hoping that's on our list to deal with this week, because I'm like, yo, I think I know when my date of birth is. And if the date of birth didn't match my social security number, then why didn't you all say, hey, can you reconfirm this? Because something's weird at that point in time. I mean, obviously it's a typo on somebody's end. Don't know who. Do you 3D felt stuff too, or just flat stuff? I have not tried the 3D felting. I don't know if I would be able to do it with what I'm felting this with. I've seen some mixed things where I have no idea if that was a vehicle or a motorcycle. I think it's a car with a funky muffler on it that they did that on purpose. Anyway, I've seen some people say that if you use the acrylic yarn to try to felt with, that you still need to have some sort of roving, wool roving core to it, because this stuff doesn't like to stick to itself. And I have some roving still. I just didn't have enough to do this project with. So this is acrylic yarn that I've turned back into fluff from its yarn state. I have not tried to do it with this. I don't know how it would work. Like, I haven't tried it with the roving or this. I haven't tried either one. Maybe someday I'll give that a try. But I'm gonna have to do some research on that and how to do it. So right now I am just doing the flat felting. So you're just learning, you have that same handle too. Yeah, I got a toolkit that this was part of. When I was looking at supplies to get, they had a couple of kits that came with like some roving and some of the tools, and then it came with a bunch of other stuff that for like the figurines, like eyeballs and keychain hooks and stuff. And at the time I was like, well, I don't know if I'm going to try to do the figurines yet, since I'm still getting my feet under me for the flat stuff. So at the time, it didn't seem worth the expenditure to get a bunch of the other stuff that I wasn't necessarily guaranteed to use, since I was mainly gonna focus on the flat stuff. At least for now. So I ended up not getting that specific kit, but I turned around and I just kind of piecemealed it and kind of made my own kit. So I got a specific tool kit where it was just the tools. Although that one did come with an awl, but I don't really need it for this. But it didn't come with like a bunch of the eyes and stuff that I wasn't so sure I was going to use anytime soon. So, and then I got like the roving separate, and then I got some random colored felt square package that was the cheapest for the amount that came in it. So, because funding was definitely a factor when picking out the stuff. I do highly recommend that people wear the doodles on their fingers, though. You got the kit with the eyes just because it had everything and was cheap. Yeah. My kit did not come with stencils. I literally got just the tool kit. it came with extra needles, which was good because we broke our first needle last week, or no, Friday, because I did something dumb. So it came with a tube of small, medium, and large gauge needles. It had an awl. It came with a glue stick, which I still don't understand because it didn't come with a glue gun. So what the fuck good is a glue stick going to do for you if you don't have the glue gun to use it with? Like, that kind of made my brain pause, and I'm like, what? And I'm just like, okay, maybe they just assume that you have a glue gun. I found that odd. I was like, alright. And it came with a pair of half-assed, weird-ass scissors that are very strange to me. They're like weird scissor things that sometimes work. And it had a foam mat. These straight pins are mine. I was using the straight pins. I had stencils that I had bought separately for a different project that I used to make something else. Are those nipple piercings in that box? No, they're straight pins. I have a whole box of straight pins. Like, this is the main box of the straight pins. I'm too much of a pain wimp to do the nipple piercings. And I had been using those to tack down my stencil that I used for this one, so it didn't shift around on me too much. But I just didn't feel like putting them back in the other box, because sometimes I lose the other box from time to time, so I was like, well, I'll just stick those in there so I know where they are. But, yeah, no, my kit didn't come with scissors. It didn't come with the stencils. It just came with just the tools. And then I bought a bag of a bunch of multicolored roving that came in the little tiny, like, embroidery floss bags. But it didn't come with enough of the colors to do what we're doing. So, my other project that I'm working on, yeah, I mean, a lot of the kits were similar on Amazon. This is all of the roving out of the little bags, except for the blue background. That was roving somebody sent to me that they weren't going to use for what they had gotten it for. But this is the actual wool roving. I mean, this is wool roving too. It just wasn't part of the kit. You can kind of see where it's different quality, where this is a little bit softer and this is a little bit frizzier. You got the kit that had the 40 colors in it. I think I got the 100 bag. I don't know. It was a large amount that I got. I don't remember if it was 100 count or not, or maybe it was 50. I don't know. It's been a while. I have the links somewhere, or it might be saved on my Amazon art list. But yeah, I'd gotten a bunch of the multicolor stuff to try it, and I liked it. But the amount of greens and blues that Bob uses in his paintings, I was not going to have enough to attempt to follow along with an entire season of Joy of Painting. So I had read, and I had heard someone say in one of the videos I had watched on YouTube that they had heard that you could use acrylic yarn. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I was like, well, how do you use the acrylic yarn? And then I found out that you take your acrylic yarn and you get a sticker brush. And a lot of people are probably like, what the fuck is a sticker brush? So, sticker brush, if you have a dog or a cat that has a thick undercoat, you'll know what it is. Otherwise, you get it in the pet aisle. And it's got the little spikies on it to help get the undercoat off your dog. But you basically take this and you take some strands of yarn and you brush it. You brush out the twisted yarn and then you get this. So it takes a while to prep it. I'm not gonna lie. It did take a couple of hours to get through getting a couple of Ziploc bags, sandwich bag size of yarn ready. But I barely made a dent in the yarn that I have, so I feel like it was definitely, here, I'll show you the size of the yarn. So I found a yarn sale on Joann's a couple weeks ago, and oh, there's a piece of fuzz off of the other skein that was in there. So these were 380 yard sized skeins of yarn, I believe. They were originally $2.99 or $3.99. I got them on sale for $1.99 each. Guess it would have been $3.99. So yeah, and I've hardly made a dent in it, and I got a Ziploc bag full of fluff. So we've got enough yarn, I think, to get through this season at the very least. So it was more cost effective for me to do that. I just don't know if it'll work for the 3D animals. Like I said, some people I was reading when I was Googling it were saying that you still needed to have some of the wool roving core for the acrylic yarn to stick to, because the acrylic yarn doesn't like to stick to itself. You just already have a bunch of yarn. Do you knit or crochet? No, I bought it specifically for this. I can knit a little bit, but about the best I can do is like a scarf or a square. I can knit stitch and I can purl stitch, but that's about it. I can do the basic crochet chain stitch, like the very, very basic one that they teach you when you first learn, and that's about it. I was never taught how to do anything else with it. And I do better when someone's actually physically showing me, so sometimes tutorials are a little tough for me to follow for that. Just with how I learn things. So sometimes it takes me a while to find a tutorial that I can jive with, where the person's not moving too fast, and that they're explaining things in a way that I can understand. But I mean, I've made myself a half-ass scarf before, so I can kind of knit, just not well. I'm terrible with my tension. I can never get the tension to be even. I'm either super tense when I'm knitting and my stitches are super tight because of how tight I'm pulling on the yarn, and then I'll realize it and I'm like, oh no, I'm too tight, and then you'll hit a section where I noticed I was being too tight, and then it's a little bit looser, and then it goes real tight again. Like, I can't keep them even. It's a hot mess. But no, all the yarn, I bought 21 colors of yarns specifically for this project. It was something I had wanted to do for a while. And then I saw the yarn sale and I'm like, well, hot shit, we're jumping on that. Because yarn's not cheap. Some yarn's not cheap. This yarn was called Big Twist from Joann's. It was a house brand that they had. So it was a little bit cheaper. And then with it being 50% off, I was like, well, yeah, we're gonna buy that. That's fine. It was much cheaper than the roving, and I could actually get the colors close enough to how they looked in the painted versions of these. So I was like, yeah, okay. We'll do that. We can work with that. 100%. But definitely advocate for wearing your finger protectors, 100%, because I've stabbed myself a couple of times with the finger protectors on, and I got myself once with them out, without them on, and I barely touched my skin. And it was like bleeding almost instantly, and I was like, oh damn. As soon as I realized I was not on target, I was like, oh, I stopped but not fast enough. And with the notches in these needles, that's gonna be a bitch to remove without doing too much damage to yourself, so definitely recommend that you have the proper safety gear. I have a little bit right there that's bugging me. I just got roving and it was like $15 for a pound. Yeah, for the amount of colors I was going to need, it just wasn't going to be economical to do the roving. Just because there was so much green I needed. I actually contemplated buying a large amount of roving and then buying dye and dyeing it myself. I was like, well, maybe I could do that. And then getting enough roving and then the dye was just going to be too much money. It was still cheaper for me to do it this way, even though it was a pain in the ass to sit here and fluff all the yarn, because it did take some time. It was still cheaper in the long run for me, so I'm like, alright. I thought about it, and I thought about different ways I could get around it and still use the roving itself, but if my finances were different, I would have just gotten like a huge case of just white or cream roving and just dyed it myself. But then I wasn't sure how much I was going to need for each amount of dye, and then my dyes were going to be off of each other, so I was like, that's getting into a whole nother mess that I don't know if I really have the energy to deal with. And then I don't really have anywhere to dry it properly. And I wasn't sure if it would actually work the way I was thinking it would, because, you know, it is roving, and when roving gets wet, sometimes it can shrink down. And then I was like, you know what? Because I know people use the roving to do the wet felting. So then I was kind of backpedaling on that idea, and I was like, you know, I don't think this is going to work the way I am thinking it's going to. So let's just do the yarn and not not get too crazy with our experimenting. When we don't have that much money to burn right now. Because it's a lot of colors. Like, I feel like I'm working in a fair booth that sells cotton candy because of all the bags of colors I have hanging up next to me. The needles hurt a lot more than regular ones because they're triangle or star shaped. Yeah, they're definitely not a normal needle, and there are notches. It's hard to see on camera, but let me see. It might not focus, right? You can just barely see those little white dots are notches. I know it's super blurry. This camera doesn't have autofocus, but those are notches cut into the needle to help grab the fiber and secure it into your backing or your other roving. So they're not just a normal sewing needle. They are beasts. You just got a new job so you had money to burn? Yeah, no, money is very tight over here, so I went the cheapest way I thought I could to pull off what I'm doing. I'm still using the other roving that I got. I'm just using that for different projects. And I might try to do a different season or one or two from different seasons, or just make up my own painting or follow different reference photos that I have that I've been squirreling away when I have the rare occasion that I can scroll through unsplashed. When I have the time, which hasn't been much lately. But I've got a good amount of reference photos I've got saved up over there. Alright. Hi. Hi, doggo. What's up? Suzu. He's being weird because Russell's in the other room. You okay? Water go down the wrong way? I don't know why you're being so weird. You've been potty. He like gets mad when Russell's not in eyesight. So then he'll sit there and bug me. For just reasons, I guess. I don't know. He's like, hey, where's Dad? I'm like, I don't know. Doing dad things. Like, he doesn't really demand attention. Unless Russell's not in here. He's very strange. Like, Russell will be in the shower and he'll finally decide that Russell's been gone too long and he wants me to go find him. But then as soon as Russell comes back, then he'll go lay down on the bed. So it's strange. Like, I know where the husband is right now. He's I think he's watching football with his mom or something. He's not a football guy at all. But I think he's just in there, quote-unquote socializing with her because he was staying in her room with her because he couldn't sleep in our bed because of the dog after his surgery. So he was in there with her, and now she seems to be extra lonely now that he's not in there with her. Zuzu buddy, what is that? You've already been potty. You went potty not that long ago. Do you need to go in with Dad? Is that what this is about? And Momo's just chilling, doing Momo things. Alright, hold on. Let's see if we can message Dad again. I don't know if he's gonna answer me because he never answered me the last time. Russell actually Discord connected this time. The only bad thing about these is that they mark up my fingers after wearing them for a while. I mean, it fades eventually, but alright. So I know we're moving a little bit slow. This is going to be a multi-week project. We are in no way, shape, or form going to finish today. I'd like to at least get the water done today. But we'll see. I was really hoping that we could have started sooner today than we did. Part of that was my fault because I fell down a rabbit hole looking up something. Before I had to go and update the article this morning, but so again, for my WoW people, the MP3 for the podcast is not available yet for this week's show or the other weeks. Husband was actually trying to help Lita fix it last night. And he didn't have much luck. So the issue is actively being worked on. We are attempting to resolve it. Lita's attempting to resolve it as best as she can, but we still have the YouTube video, so you can still go back and watch the video at least. So that's something. Really shouldn't have that pointed at my face. Okay, that's not a good idea. Talking about safety, that is one thing you should not do. I mean, I do have glasses on because I need them to see. I don't know if you necessarily would need safety glasses for this. I mean, as long as you don't do stupid things with the needle, I guess you don't have to. At least when we broke the needle on Friday, it didn't go flying, so it stayed in front of us. So that was helpful. I still can't believe I broke that. And this needle still doesn't feel like it's quite the same gauge as the other one does. This one actually feels like it's a little bit bigger than the one that came preloaded in that handle. It's probably not, but it feels it. All right. So I do try to post update photos on Twitter of stuff I'm working on. My finished products I'm starting to post on Instagram. I don't have a lot on the Instagram right now. I have to go through my archive of photos to get more posted. Hi, kitty. I hear you. What's up? Did you have a good nap? Now the kitten's chiming in. Well, kitten. She's a year old. She was chilling. At least she doesn't jump up in the middle of my stuff. The older female cat will randomly jump up in the middle of what I'm working on. I think I had her jump up in the middle of a painting. She's almost jumped up in the middle of my food before, and I'm like, no! No cat feet in the food, please. Wasn't anything she could even eat either. I think it was a salad. I was like, no, you cannot have green peppers. I want my salad. I will say, trying to keep this needle straight up and down is a bit of a challenge sometimes. I have a tendency to use it diagonally. At least I never bent a needle. And we did get a fairly good amount of mileage off that other needle. I'm just trying to re-flatten this down so it's not quite so lumpy. Alright. This is getting a little too fluffy. Alright. Getting a little out of hand there. I am using a felt pad instead of the foam pad. The foam pad, I could not, I would not be able to tolerate the constant extra loud screeching from the foam. They sound very different. And the foam pads, I feel like would break down a little bit faster. So I went with a felted pad. I'm sure there's some kind of filler inside of it based off what the people were saying on the reviews for it after I bought it. But it's working alright. It does the job. It keeps the needle from bending. That's all I really care about, and it doesn't sound like nails on a chalkboard. So, you got the foam, and they do definitely deflate pretty quick. And you've seen people use the brush. Yeah, the brush tables look like. The brush tables, I think, would probably be about the best one to go with, I think. I haven't used one, but they look like they're probably the easier ones to deal with. I went with the felt one just because I was like, well, I don't know if I'm really gonna like this, and it'll be a lot quieter and easier on my ears to see if I'm gonna like it starting out with this one. And this was closer to the size that I wanted to work on. And the only thing I don't like is how it felts itself to the pad. So, I mean, you see me constantly picking it up, and that's because a couple times working on the smaller ones, I felted it to the pad, and I couldn't get it off. That's why the mermaid one's a little misshapen, because it distorted a bit when I ripped it off of the mat here. So I try to periodically pull it up to keep it from getting too felted to the pad. But yeah, I think the brush one would probably be about the best. I haven't used one, but maybe if I do this long term, I might end up looking into getting one of those. Because those looked about the easiest. I've seen some people use large sheets of foam that they use for like wall insulation. It's still a styrofoam sheet though, so I mean it's still gonna be the loud scritchy noise. It might be a little bit softer, but this sound I can tolerate. It just kind of sounds like crunching snow. And that's a lot gentler on my ears than the styrofoam. I get real sound sensitive sometimes. Like all the volume on all of my devices is like almost off. Because I'm an odd one like that. Alright, I mean, I know we haven't gotten that far, but I do like how things are going so far. So this is from season 3, The Joy of Painting from Bob Ross, that we're attempting to follow using felting instead of oil paint. I have the oil paint. We've done a couple of seasons where we've followed the tutorials using the oil paint. We have done those in the past. but I wanted to try to do it with this. I just thought it would be a little fun twist on it. I've seen all kinds of stuff on YouTube where people try to follow his tutorials where they're just listening to it, or they try to follow it blindfolded, or they I've even seen somebody try to follow his stuff using frosting instead of paint, and I'm like, hey, you know, it would be fun. Another very loud vehicle. Sorry guys, this house is not insulated for shit, and we are like 10 feet from the side of the road, so, well, maybe 20. We're very, very close to the side of the road. So it gets loud, and plus there's a brick building across the street from us, which kind of amplifies the traffic noise as well. And there's not a whole lot I can do about that at this point in time. Eventually we might switch what room we're using, but that won't be for quite some time. So in the meantime, we'll just have to cope with it. I never know how loud it picks up through the microphone anyway. Sometimes it seems to pick up louder than others. But yeah, you know, I was like, that would be fun. And you know what I've not seen anybody do? Is try to do this. Granted, it does take a little bit longer. At least for me, because I'm using the single needle instead of the big boy. I don't like the big one. The big one's actually kind of heavy. So I've got the multi-prong one. But that's like 8 different needles. Maybe if it was 4, I guess I could take some out, but even then, the 8-prong one was missing certain areas. I feel like that one's better for if you're doing the like the little figurines and stuff. I feel like that's probably better suited for that. But this one's a lot lighter, with it just being the single. But I mean, all in all, we've actually gotten a good amount of ground covered here so far today. Because we hardly had any of the blue put in earlier, or the dark blue. That looks like purple on my camera for some reason. So this color is supposed to be denim. But it looks like a deep, I don't know, like a mix between a periwinkle and a lavender. A lot of the colors morphed a little bit when I fluffed them, I guess because they weren't twisted any longer. So they weren't as layered up as they were previously, which, you know, I could see that happening. And they did get a little bit lighter. But I can see on this denim color, there is a little bit of a cream or something, or maybe a light blue, kind of blended in with the dark blue. I can see it in certain spots. I don't know if that's translating through the camera or not, but in front of me in person it is. So it's kind of blending in with our water and kind of making it feel a little more water-esque. I still have that one project that we started before this one. I do plan on finishing it when I have the time. I will probably finish that up off stream though, and I will put that together with the first part. And I'll get that put up on the YouTube channel that we archive all of the stuff on. And that is the same name as it is over here. Alright, let's see. Start that one in there. I don't want to get too far ahead. I want to make sure that we're kind of filling in on this side. I think we'll need a little bit more light blue in here. And then this down here was when we were trying to figure out how we wanted to approach our water. So this will probably get adjusted. Or just covered up with more of our dark blue. So sorry I don't have music playing. I really don't want to get my ass DMCA'd. So feel free to load up whatever music you want to listen to. And you can just have that playing in the background on your end. I was using Pretzel for a while, and then Pretzel got weird, and I got one of my VODs muted because of it being weird, and then it just started to get to be too much of a pain in the ass to deal with, and then all the DMCA stuff started happening, and I'm just like, this is just stupid. I mean, not stupid that the DMCAs were coming down and they were enforcing their stuff. That's fine. They're more than, you know, they're more than allowed to. That's their property. And it wasn't stupid with that. It was just getting to be weird and a bit much, where open source stuff that I was using was getting muted, and then I got mad, and so I'm just like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this anymore. I don't need this aggravation. So it's just less stressful to do without. And then you guys can listen to whatever the hell you want to instead of whatever kerfluffle I'm listening to. Because the licensed stuff that I listen to is a whole huge mix of stuff that probably doesn't really even flow together, but I have a pretty wide range of stuff that I listen to. Like everything from Steel Drum to Linkin Park, so, and a whole bunch of shit in between. Sorry, for a split second I panicked. I wasn't sure if I had my desktop music or my desktop sound muted. I was like, oh shit, don't tell me the music is coming through, but it's not. Because what I'm listening to in my ears that you all can't hear is most definitely licensed. Alright. Just getting that flattened out there. We've almost got this one side done, so that's awesome. Definitely making some progress here. Love it. Absolutely love it. Always nice to see whatever you're working on, no matter what it be, whether it's miniatures, a clay project, any kind of anything that you're working on, whether it's digital or physical in your hands or a writing project, just seeing progress being made and liking the direction it's going in is always a lovely thing. I mean, a lot of times stuff will have ugly stages, and granted, this is most likely an ugly stage because we still have so much of the teal felt poking through still, but we haven't gotten that far yet. But over here, what we've done, if you block out the rest of it, you know, it's looking pretty good. So today is Sunday for me. Husband has D&D on Tuesday, so won't be any streams on Tuesday. Nothing planned, I'll put it that way. I don't know if we'll be doing anything tomorrow night. If I do, it's going to be very much a bonus stream and very much unplanned, because I still have 2 Bloodthirsty Challengers I need to get ready for Wednesday, and the Demon Hunter will probably only take me like 3 to 4 hours to get ready, if that, maybe closer to 2.5. However, the Death Knight is another story. The Death Knight's starting to rack up some mileage time-wise. She might take me about maybe 4 to 5 hours, because she's in her late 40s. So that's going to take me a little bit of time to get through. So I don't think I'll have time to do anything tomorrow on here, because I need to work on that. And then I'll also be working on my paint by number that I'm working on off stream, that I still need to post a photo of. Keep forgetting. I don't have the cell phone Russell does, and the camera on it's starting to go. We really need to replace his cell phone. However, his mom's a bit of a fluffy brain at times, and she jumped in the pool over the summer with her phone in her pocket and killed that phone. The other phone, she dropped it and cracked the screen. She had to replace that phone twice in the past year. So she used up all of the free replacements on the plan they have, so Russell can't replace his phone until the replacement period rolls over. And he kind of needs to replace his because it's being a little weird. And his is the original one he got on that plan, so definitely needs to update his. And we definitely need to get the mother-in-law to put armor on her phone if she's gonna keep dropping it. Because we can't afford to replace a whole ass phone multiple times outside of the replacement plan amount. That's for certain. And I don't have my own phone because there's really no need for me to have my own phone because I'm usually with him whenever we're out, so why pay for more shit that you don't necessarily need? Especially when money's tight, so. Alright. Okay, so let's go back and grab some of our light blue here. Alright. And we'll get this edging filled in here. So I'm not going to grab too big of a chunk. I can hear everybody yelling. Everybody's watching football. My parents are. Russell's mom is. I can hear everybody yelling across the house. I was like, can you guys like try not to yell too much? I don't think it's coming through because I can barely hear them, but I think that's why he's in her room, to try to remind her not to yell too much, because sometimes she can really get loud watching the football, and I can hear her plain as day yelling in our room, and we're across the house. Is he still being a pain?
Well, I got his face fur trimmed.
Oh, was that what he was barking about?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Momo. You want to get trimmed a little? Come on, we'll give you a little trim. Yeah, Zuzu didn't. All Zuzu reacted to was me bringing the trimmer near his face.
Oh.
So.
I thought you were going to use scissors. I didn't think you were going to use the trimmer.
No, this is a lot easier.
Well, careful, because they're going to start barking.
Yeah, I know.
Alright. Yeah, Zuzu seemed very disgruntled about the fact that you were in the other room. And didn't understand where you were. and then got mad about it and wanted me to go find you. Is that even a one-person job for him?
Yeah.
Make sure they get a goodie. You've been working on this one house in Power Washer Sim for the last 3 hours. Holy hell, is it that filthy? Oh my. That's gotta be one filthy house.
Oh, is Zor still playing Power Washer?
Yeah, he said he was playing it for like 8 hours last night. He didn't even realize how late it was. Just mesmerizing. Have you found your new calling in life? Are you going to be a real power washer? Just go and detail people's siding and patios. Oh my. I know our siding on the one part of the house really needs a good once over. For some reason, the one side of the house, I guess because the sun doesn't hit it as well. It's got some, I don't want to call it algae, but oh, Momo. Oh my god.
Okay.
Easy.
Zuzu, easy.
Suzu.
Easy.
Suzu.
I know.
Suzu.
Daddy gave you a trim, so now we're all gonna be weird and we need our treat. I know.
They're giving Russell shit because they held still now and now they want their goodie. Oh my god.
Oh, please, I bet Zor's laughing his ass off right now.
Zuzu's not... Momo's bark is cute. Zuzu gets a little ear piercy, so I wasn't sure how bad it was coming through. I had to put my hand over the microphone.
Can Zuzu spin?
Zuzu, shh.
Can Momo foot? Good foot, thank you. Okay, you're all done. Thank you.
That's the only time they really bark, is when we brush them or when they get their haircut. Like, somebody could be trying to break in and they would just stand there wagging their tails waiting for them.
Unless it's a kid walking across our lawn for some reason.
Yeah.
People walking up on our porch delivering packages, nothing.
Nope.
Random person knocking on the door to try to sell us something, nothing.
Nothing.
Kid walking by on the front lawn, oh good lord.
Oh, good lord.
I think those kids that I heard on Friday, I think they may have walked through our backyard. 'Cause it was weird, because they were like in the neighbor's driveway. Like they had come like that way and like walked between their cars. It was odd.
I'm pretty sure I saw them walking that way from there, but whatever. I highly doubt it. Either way.
It was very odd.
Aren't you streamlined now? Aren't you majestic now? Aren't you majestic?
Did you give Zuzu a full body trim or was it just his face? Husband.
What's that?
Did you give Zuzu a full body trim?
No, I just got his chin.
Okay.
You look so streamlined now. You look so streamlined.
We are gonna have to do a full body trim
Oh, I
soon
know.
because he's getting itchy.
Okay, I know. Well, maybe I'll do that tonight.
Maybe we wait until after the ice storm. Just so he's not freezing his ass off when we go outside.
He's not gonna freeze his ass off. He's fine.
We do need to get nails.
What, you want to trim P-Butt?
Oh, I highly doubt that.
You want to trim?
We're not trimming the cat.
P-Butt need trim?
We're not trimming the cat. Oh, Lord.
No, you're not getting mature, buddy. You're not.
I'm surprised he didn't take off.
It doesn't work that way with you guys. You guys shed.
Well, I mean, the dog shed too,
boys
but
don't really shed.
they do
really
a little bit.
Barely.
Momo loses tufts of cotton, and
yeah, but Zuzu doesn't lose his all. That's why he has to get trimmed. Otherwise, he just gets a really thick.
Zuzu sheds
hair.
a couple hairs here and there, but
Okay,
his fur is very strange. They're mixed dogs.
Don't you look majestic?
So
Look at that, Momo. You have a face again instead of a ball of fluff. You have a face again instead of a ball of fluff, and now you won't choke on your own hair.
I know, right? You can open your mouth again, Momo, properly. He's a good boy. Momo's a good boy. Zuzu's a good boy too, but so is Momo. They're good old puppers. So they're gonna be 10 in, I think, September. But he's been having a grand old time these past couple of weeks, going to, finally getting off his ass and going to visit my parents at breakfast and seeing who's making what and seeing what he can beg. He's been making up for the lost time that he hasn't gone out of his bed adventuring. Can definitely tell when his back's bothering him though, because he doesn't really want to get up very much on those days. And I do not blame him. But for little dogs, they don't bark very much. Zuzu's about, 20-ish pounds. 22, something like that. And he's below my knee. I think his head comes up to my knee. He's very stubby-legged. Now, Momo, on the other hand, even though they were from the same litter, there was some kind of genetic witchery afoot, because Momo looks nothing like Zuzu. Absolutely nothing. The only thing they have in common is sort of their fur color. Sort of. Momo's an entirely different shaped dog. You would never even think that they were brothers from the same litter. Momo's face is much pointier. He has more of like a Jack Russell Terrier build to him. He's quite a bit lighter than his brother. I'd say maybe Momo's 15 pounds. 18 at the most. He definitely feels lighter than his brother. His bones feel a lot lighter. He kind of is like bird-like, where Zuzu's very stocky and very bowling ball-like, shall we say. But Momo, Momo's back comes up to my knee. He's definitely larger than his brother in height. Well, I guess that looks kind of bluish. Oh, right. Right. are making some pretty good ground here. Now the sky did take us 2 sessions. One session was 6 hours, and the next session was 3 hours, but it wasn't a solid 3 hours on just the sky. We also had gotten the water started, so. Granted, if I was using a multi-needle tool, probably going a little bit faster, maybe. Maybe. Alright. So I do see a little bit of green in there. I want to... Do I? Or am I just... Well, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was just the angle I was at, but... Still got a little bit of green poking through there. And we can carry this guy over into here. Okay. And now I see the other spot that I was originally going to fill in. Like I had it, and then I lost it, and then I thought I found it, and now I see it again. All right. Okay, so now let's grab more of our blue. Almost got this one side done. And that is all sorts of exciting. So how's Dad, Zorts? Everything going okay? For the most part, at least. That's good. It always freaks me out a little when my water bottle hisses when I open it. Well, that's good. Like, if 2022 could calm its ass right down, that would be wonderful. Because it came romping on in. 2022 came in and chose violence. I gotta say. When I actually had a moment to take a breather and saw someone say, "Oh my god, we're only 2 weeks into January," I was like, get the fuck out of here. We are not. And then I was like, oh shit. We are. I was like, oh, no, no, no. Take this sorcery somewhere else. That'll be enough of that, thank you. I've had my fill. I've hit my quota of bullshit for the entirety of 2022. And we are only just completing the first month. So that's fantastic. I think it's going to be a long year, at least over here. At least over here, it's shaping up to be a long year. I hope it's not. I hope we're getting all of the bullshit out of our system. So that the rest of the year can toddle along peacefully. And we don't have any of this ass hattery afoot. So hopefully it will be better. I mean, some things are out of one's control, obviously. Like medical emergencies and whatnot, but some of the asshattery that's been going on, at least for us, has been at the hands of other people. Basically being asshats. So hopefully we have gotten through to them about their ass-hattedness, and it will either stop or slow down. I prefer it to stop. Realistically, do I think it's going to? Probably not, but hopefully. Alright, where's my... there it is. I usually stick it in the pad here so I can find it again, but... sorry, I'm trying to be a little more gentle with, or a little bit slower with how I am tacking in as well, because sometimes when I start to get a little carried away, it starts to get a little too bouncy on my neck with what's wrong with it. So sometimes we have to be a little bit gentle. So we don't anger the rest of the body. Because I do have a plethora of shit I need to do tonight, so. And I don't know how much the husband's going to be up to helping me. He said he kind of overdid it earlier today, and the area where he had surgery was a little sore, so he's trying to be a little bit more cautious about what he does. Which is understandable, because when he went for his checkup on Monday, they said he probably still has another 4 weeks to go before he's completely healed. But they did like the progress that they saw. So that was good. Did I tell you guys the weird dog came back in our camera the other night? I'm not so sure it's a coyote now. The original one may have been a coyote. This one, I'm not so sure. We changed the angle on our camera, so we have a more wide angle of the entirety of the porch. And this time when we caught it, it actually looked more potential husky. Like, it looked more wolf-like to me, and I know there aren't wolves around here, so I'm thinking husky. It seemed a little big for a coyote. The bone structure looked a bit chunkier on this particular one. And there is someone that does have a husky somewhere nearby, at least one person, because they drive by with it in their truck with the window rolled down, and he or she always has their head out the window barking. Which always freaks Russell and I out, because the tone of the bark sounds like they got hit by a car. When they didn't, they're in the car, they're just that excited, and I'm like, oh my god. And the other day, they drove up the side street, next to our house. Because you could hear the barking coming down the street. So, that dog's excited about his car rides, or her car rides. That's for certain. Alright. You guys, we're almost done this side. Almost. Alright. So that's exciting. I think it's exciting. Definitely shaping up pretty well. Crunch, 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 crunch. Man, I'm all out of snacks in this house. Well, that's not true. I have cookies I could make, but then I'd have to make them. So, where'd you go?
Oh, went visit my mother for a bit.
Again?
Huh? Yeah.
Again? Oh. In a little bit. Do you think you'd be able to put some of the dry dishes away?
Okay.
Like, I don't know what your comfort level's at the moment, so.
Mild discomfort. comfort, so if you're willing to accept that, then I'm okay with that.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying it has to be right this second, just if you're able to. I was actually surprised that you cut the dog's fur.
It was a good opportunity to do it with Zuzu and do it separated, so I weren't going to be quite so,
So yippee.
Yeah. I just turned around and we've got no dogs in this room.
Why do we not have any dogs in this room?
Because Grammy went to, eat her dinner.
Which Grammy?
Your Grammy.
Those two are shameless. There's not even anything that they're having that they can share. Absolutely shameless. I'm not gonna give Momo too much shit though, because he actually did get up out of bed to go look for a snack. So anyway, I could make cookies, but I don't know how much butter we have left. Because the parentals use butter like it's going out of style. Like, the amount of butter they go through is rather astonishing. Alright. And we don't get money for groceries again until... Let's see, February is a short month.
No. There's my good boy. Oh, you're so cute.
Until the 9th. So I gotta see how much we have and think if it's gonna get that far.
What's the matter?
Oh, I kind of want cookies, but then I A, have to make them, and B, the one set of cookies takes a bit of butter.
We can spare the butter. We can afford the cookies if that's what you want.
Next problem is having the energy to actually do it.
Great. It took I barely got my soup done today. That almost didn't happen, but I was like, oh, I need something to eat.
We'll see. We'll see if we have the energy tomorrow. I don't know. It might wait till Tuesday.
Okay, but do we need to get them ahead of time?
What do you mean?
Do we need to go get your cookie mix? Or
I
whatever?
have 2 boxes of gingerbread in the pantry.
Oh, okay. I thought I needed to go get some.
No. I have it.
Misunderstood.
I just didn't know if we could get by with the butter, because we still have to get until the 9th until we can
it's
go
only 2
grocery
weeks,
shopping
we're good.
again.
It's only 2 weeks. We're good. We can make do. So if you want to make your cookies, you go right ahead.
But I'm also thinking I might wait till after your mom goes. So that way she's not underfoot while I'm out there trying to make stuff. Because those are a little bit time consuming.
I mean, if you just wait till about 8 o'clock at night.
Remember that conversation we had the other day about whenever I'm out there?
I know.
It doesn't matter what time. She'll either smell me out there cooking, or she'll just know I'm out there and end up lurking and then finally coming out when I get pissed off at her about the lurking and then be underfoot. So and trying to steal the cookies before they're done. But the gingerbread is especially a pain in the ass because even when you follow the recipe for the less amount of water and butter, it's still super super soft, where it doesn't want to hold its shape. So you have to like mix a little bit of flour into it, and then you have to put it in the freezer. They say to chill it for like 15 minutes on the recipe, and I'm like, Betty Crocker, who the fuck are you fooling? Because this recipe that you're telling me to reduce it down to for the cookies makes no damn sense. I've followed what you said to do, and 15 minutes chilled doesn't do dick. I actually have to put it in the freezer for about an hour. And even then, it's still a little questionable. I don't know if we're at a slightly different altitude, and that's why we're not like considered high altitude, but we're certainly not sea level either, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I'm sure, I guess it could. I really want to get brownie mix and get some vanilla ice cream and make brownie hot fudge sundaes. But that's going to be a while before that happens.
Well, what do you need? You need the mix, you need the ice cream, and I assume you want chocolate sauce. Yeah?
I don't have to have the chocolate sauce.
You can do that if you want.
Well, I mean, at the very least, it's going to be February, so...
Well, yes, that's different from it being, you know...
To me, that's a while, so...
Oh, wow. Okay.
Where?
My bad.
Alright. So... We're getting there, you guys. We're getting there, at least on this side. It needs done on this side. Okay. So I figured it was a good time to stretch my neck. Let's see, what time is it? Alright. Probably go a little bit longer. Before I need to go make dinner and deal with all the other stuff. Go be an adult for a while. I'll do it, but I'll do it kicking and screaming. Do. All sorts of house chores. Last night I just I was not in a place mentally where I could handle doing them. And we actually did get our walk in, a small one, last night. And after we got back from that, I was kind of toast, and I'm like, yeah, no. I got other shit I gotta do at the moment, and then by the time I got done the other shit that was more time sensitive, I was definitely toast, and I was getting a headache by that point, so I was like, yeah, no. I mean, I still would have had to do some of the same chores tonight anyway. But definitely gotta get some of them done tonight. At some point. Alright. So we've got a little bit more of our blue to fill in. And we're gonna get that worked in here. And then we'll see about getting some more of our light blue worked in here, or maybe just more of the dark blue, because the light strip, well, the light strip kinda comes most of the way down, but I think land is in here, so I think, or there's bushes or something. I was tempted just to work off the finished piece, but then I was like, nah, let's actually attempt to follow along, and we'll see how it goes. Sorry, I suddenly wasn't sure if I was being covered up by our tutorial square or not. So this is definitely not a medium that we can keep pace with Bob in. Or at least I can't. I am not that fast. Got my section in here. We should fill in. So this will involve us going back over a little bit of what we worked on last week. Okay, let's grab some of our light floof. And we'll get that stabbed in here. All right. So definitely some progress made today. It's never as much as I hope I'm going to get done, but I think the biggest challenge with this might end up being the water reflections. So that'll be a little bit interesting. I think we can kind of pull it off. But I do think it will be a slight bit of a challenge. You know, we'll see how it goes. Okay. So definitely starting to look a bit more like water, I think. Kind of, sort of. Oh. Let me not tap the scissors with my arm. Okay, taking a small stretch break. And a water break. Don't forget to do that. That is important. All right. And back to it. You can kind of see our bottom edge getting a little uneven. But I think that's because we're just pulling our backing inward. And that should even itself out here as we continue. You can see how this side's a little bit more distorted than the other. Oh, well, see, this side's a little wonky, but we haven't done that side yet, so that's understandable. All right. So let's pop you into here. So, what are you all eating today? What's your next meal gonna be? And what is it that you're gonna eat? Dinner's my next meal. Well, it's kind of my everything meal, 'cause I haven't eaten yet. So, I'm having chicken, baked chicken, and green beans, and probably rice. Probably. I'd like to have pizza, but I didn't make the pizza dough last night. And I don't really want to make it now, because then it's another hour and a half of rise time before I can have dinner, and I'm hungry. Well, it's gonna take the chicken like an hour to cook anyway, but at least I'll actually have food at the end of that hour instead of waiting an hour and a half and then get to put it together. So maybe I'll make pizza tomorrow. I mean, I could have bagel pizza, but the last time I tried to have some of the bagels from the freezer, they were a little tough to chew on just the one side of my face. So you had sausage stroganoff with brown rice. Nice. Very nice. I have to see what I have left in the freezer for meat and whatnot. Figure out my meal situation. For the next 2 weeks, I guess. I'm not sure how much I have left of everything. I think it was gonna be tight. I might have to have some more pasta. Just can't remember where we're at. Alright. So, you do that thing where you go shopping and you're like, oh, yeah, and then you, get towards the end of the month and it's like, oh, this month was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. My hair does not need to be in there. That looked like a piece of cat hair. Micron, just no. No one asked you, Micron. The Blistex almost joined in on the conversation too. No one tagged you in. I guess the Micron wanted to say that they couldn't eat dinner because they are a pen. Alright. So this one, I mean, if you don't argue with your art supplies, are you doing it right? So I really do have to put that pen back in my either my paintbrush holder or my pencil bag, one or the other, before I lose it. Because that's the only actual micron that I have right now. I don't want to lose track of it. I lose it enough as it is. My stuff has a way of vanishing right in front of me. I have one of those brains that's like, okay, I'm gonna put you here so I don't lose you. A specific spot. And what do? I lose it. Because I don't remember where I specifically put it to keep it safe. I cannot tell you how many times I've done that. I almost need to make myself my own treasure maps and write it down where I put shit. Sometimes I remember to tell the husband, hey, I'm putting this here. If I ask you in 2 days what the fuck I did with it. But then I have to hope that he's gonna remember what the hell I said. Because sometimes he doesn't. He's like, yeah, okay. I think we can go a little bit further. At least want to get this side done before we call it a day. We still have a little bit further to go. Sorry, a spot caught my attention up there that I want to remember to fix. I was like, oh, what's that? Oh, water? Don't do it. Bumped it with my elbow and just realized the cap was off of it. Let's put you in your more sturdier holding vessel. I mean, granted, it's only water if it spills, but at the same time, it's another mess to clean up. That we could have, you know, prevented from spilling. We actually lost Momo's harness and leash for like 2 weeks. Because it kept getting shuffled around. I was like, okay, we're gonna put it here. And then when we tried to get him harnessed up for something, because he was actually showing interest the one day and wanting to go out, then we couldn't find it. We're like, fuck, where is it? They were together. I'm not sure where they're at right now. Actually, I think I know where Momo's is. I think Momo's is still on the floor where it fell. I need to pick that up. Our room is controlled chaos. Sort of. Like, I kind of know where stuff is. It's when I clean. And 3 days later, it's like, fuck, I just had this in my hand when I cleaned. What the hell did I do with it? So I try not to do too deep of a clean. Like, I'll kind of pick up, like, the trash and stuff. Or the recycling. But I try not to do, like, photo-esque clean too often. Purposely because I will not remember where I put the shit. Like, I lost some of the paintings for the Etsy shop for like a week because I forgot. I did a deep clean and put them in a box that the wood slices I had ordered had come in.
Or is that where they ended up?
Yep.
You never told me what happened with them.
Yep. The painted product, the finished product, I was like, oh, hey, let me just put them back in the box that they shipped in. Because I still have it, and that way they're all together, right? Logically, that makes sense. And then I put it in one of my art container drawers for safekeeping. And then I was looking for something else, and I was like, oh shit, what happened to the wood slices? The finished ones. Where the fuck are they? Because my brain was recalling the last place they had been before that, which was in one of my clear drying containers. I did not whatsoever remember putting them in that box that I put them in to keep them safe. And that just blanked out of my brain entirely. I was livid. I could not find them. And I'm like, if one of these sells, I'm in big trouble because I can't fucking find this shit. And I have a 3-day ship turnaround on my shop. And I'm like, where the fuck are they? So I was like having a total meltdown because I could not find them. And then I was looking for something else in my, in the art thingy I have next to me in the set of drawers I have. And I was like, oh, a box of wood slices. You know, let me see how many of these wood slices I actually still have left that I haven't used yet. Because I thought I went through most of them. And I opened the box and I'm like, son of a bitch. Like, really? You've been here the whole time in front of my face. Right. So that's fun, losing stuff all of the time. That I technically didn't lose. Though there is still one piece that went missing that somebody had tried to buy that I could not find what happened to it. I don't think it had sold previously. It just vanished. I had to actually issue a refund on that one because I'm like, I don't know where it is. I'm sorry. And they were cool with that and they ordered something else instead to replace it, but I'm like, I'm trying to find it and I can't put my hands on it. I don't know if I accidentally relisted it after it had sold. It didn't say it had sold out when I was looking at my expired stuff, so I just don't know. It vanished into a different plane of existence in this house somewhere. So you keep putting stuff in a place I know I for sure know where it is at and when I need it, and yeah, like that works. So you've started to call your living room the Bermuda Triangle. Oh, absolutely. My whole desk area should be the Bermuda Triangle. Like, I've lost dental floss, I've lost chapstick, I've lost pens. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, husband! He's like, what? I said, where did I put the thing? He's like, I don't fucking know. I was like, did I tell you where I put the thing? It's like, I don't remember. You may have. Like, well, that's helpful. But, yeah, I mean, I need to make myself a fucking treasure map. When I clean, because forget it. So I try to keep things at least in some sort of controlled, chaotic order, but deep clean magazine photo-esque clean, yeah, no, that ain't happening. That happens like maybe 4 times a year. The other time is just kind of picking up around it. It always disturbs me when people can like have their house completely spotless all of the time and they work like 40 hours a week and have like 3 dogs and 2 kids and I'm just like, you're witches. How the hell? They must have like a maid service or something, because I'm like, there's no way. There is no way. At first I thought it was just me and my absent-mindedness in not being able to keep a handle on things. Like constantly tidy, but then when I was living with the roommate in a different state for a brief amount of time, I would actually clean the entire common areas, straighten it up, pile up all of her shit and the boyfriend shit, like her boyfriend shit, that, you know, really didn't need to be out there, like random shoes, random notebooks, just random shit that just got tossed. And I'd pile it all up and I'd sit it on her bed or in front of her door if her door was shut for her to deal with when she came home. And within 2 days I would turn around and I'd be like, oh my god, I just fucking cleaned in here. Like when I clean, I'm like, shit needs to stay that way for a little while because I ain't doing this every day. And then, you know, to have another mini tornado come behind you and just destroy all of that effort, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm out. Your turn. I'm done. Like, well, that's all the cleaning I'm doing for the next 3 months. Oh, speaking of, do you think, husband, do you think replacing a ceiling fan is something that you would be able to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty much the same thing as replacing the light bulb. I just have more wires involved.
Okay.
I mean, not light bulb, light fixture.
Okay.
Why?
Because their ceiling fan in that room, the blades look like they're starting to droop.
Well, I might be able to just tighten up the
Okay.
blades then.
Because when I was in there earlier, it looked a little concerning.
Yeah, I could probably just tighten up the blades on that.
Okay. You might want to take a peek at it.
Okay.
Like, it looked like it was just the beginning stages of it starting, because I don't know how old that ceiling fan is, but...
It was here when we moved in. To be clear, when I say we, I mean me and my mother when we bought
Yeah, I figured that much. Like, what's the lifespan on a ceiling fan? Does anybody know? Like, I've never seen ceiling fan blades droop. Unless they were, like, in houses that had been, like, abandoned and shit. So I was kind of surprised when I was standing there talking to my dad and I looked up at the ceiling and I was staring at the ceiling fan blades and I'm like, those look slightly wilty. Like, not terribly so, but a little bit. And,
No, they look okay to me.
really? Because
Yeah.
to me it looked like they were just starting to slightly droop.
I went and I checked them, and only one of them was even remotely loose. So
Okay.
no, looked okay.
I don't know. For some, it must have been the angle I was standing at then. It looked funny.
I mean, they all angle downward, but that appears to be by design.
Oh, is that normal? Because I never really look at
Yeah, I
that
believe
fan.
so.
And they all just kind of looked like the tips were kind of starting to point down. And I did not know if that was normal. Oh no, you're fine. I mean, I could probably just fucking Google it myself, but just didn't know if anybody knew offhand. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to make more denim fluff for the next one, but I've got plenty of time to worry about that. Because we do need some of the denim colored fluff in the next one, because the next one, that's going to be a challenge because it's a black canvas. Now, I think I have one piece of black felt in this multi-pack, so I have plenty of black fluff. So I might pre-black fluff our surface, because you all don't need to see that. Because I feel like it would look funny if I took a piece of black felt and just felt it in the colored spots, you know? It wouldn't look finished. Like, there would be different, you know, height variations, and I don't know, something about that bothers me. So I will just pre-black fluff the background when we get to that one. Or at least I'll try to get most of it done off camera. I'll probably have to start working on that one when we get closer to this one being done. And we probably still have, I don't know, at least 2 weeks, if not 3, on this one. Depends on how many bonus streams, if I do get any bonus streams worked in. So I will need to get some black fluff, some more black fluff fluffed, and get some more of this color fluffed, because we'll need that one, because it's a nighttime one, which will also be a bit of a challenge. Okay, I'm not gonna fuss this bottom section too hard. I'm gonna fuss it a little bit, but I'm not gonna go too hard with it because I can't remember what's on the bottom. I feel like it was land. I feel like there's like a path or something that comes through here. If I'm remembering correctly. Alright, that was the spot I wanted to kind of fix up right there. That's a lot of layers of wool right there. You can hear a little extra crunchy. Alright. Get a little bit more of this color worked in here. Okay. All right. So not half bad. Like if you kind of like discount or if you take away like, the edges, you know, it's not coming along too badly. We're doing pretty good, pretty decent. Just kind of have to ignore the teal. It's kind of hanging out on the edges there. At least a little bit. I'm not going to worry too much about bringing the light blue all the way to the edge because like I said, I don't remember what's going on down there. And I'm okay with that not coming all the way down. That's fine. It's not really that big of a deal. Okay. Alright, very nice. Congrats. Sometimes getting to level 5 is the hardest part for the pacifists. With the way professions got changed. Like what was it? Legion? Where we could just, you know, pick up our professions from level 1, our gathering professions. That was fantastic. I loved that. And then they went and changed it back to level 5. And I'm like, why? We had a good thing going here. And then we had to get creative with how we were going to get to level 5. And it's tough to get to 5 outside of holidays and Dark Moon Fair. I mean, Dark Moon Fair is not even going to get you to level 5 on its own. Like, you still had to do some work. Some very tricky work. And, it just, like, why? It was just so much easier. I mean, I'm not going to say it was safer, because, you know, you still had to figure out where the hostile mobs were and what you could get away with picking, and a lot of people had to figure out, you know, where they were going to go pick at that level, because the starting zones really didn't have any nodes in them. So a lot of people went Alliance and went New Tinkertown, because yes, there were nodes there. I think one of the few starting areas, like level 1 starting areas that had nodes in them. And there were mobs there, but a lot of the mobs were yellow. Not all of them, but a lot of them were. And, you just had to, like, your main concern there was not getting too close to a hostile and making sure that nobody was near you for a prox kill. Was your biggest concern at that point. And you could stay in New Tinkertown for a while. Safely. But now, like, you gotta get to level 5 to get the gathering professions, and that's a bitch. Outside of holiday event time. Now, I will say, there is somebody that Fair and I noticed before the tracker went down, or right when the tracker went down, that it was running a pacifist death knight. And Fair and I were like, the fuck? How you doing that? Because, you know, our experience with Death Knight was you were locked in to the Death Knight starting zone. So you did find the one shortcut, though, to get to Stormwind before level 10, as you can't use the portal when you start as a Night Elf, but I do like Azure Mist Isle for a pacifist. Yeah, like you have to go through Exodar if you go Night Elf, and then Exodar has a portal that you can use to get to Stormwind. I don't know why it's that way. It's weird. I don't know if it was an oversight that happened. There's a lot of things I've been questioning when Shadowlands was implemented. Some stuff felt kind of rushed. Some stuff felt overlooked. Like 2 months into, or a month into Shadowlands, well, no, 2 months in, I guess, I had to re-roll my Demon Hunter Bloodthirsty, and halfway, like, different parts of the Demon Hunter starting area, it would say, oh, you know, do this quest so you can learn this ability. And we were allowed to quest out of the Demon Hunter starting area. I do the quest, I'm like, okay, where's my ability? And it didn't give it to me. And I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I was misreading the quests, and I thought it was me just totally not understanding what was going on. I was like, was this just temporary? Like, what the fuck? And then I'm digging through the spell book, and it was an ability that you learn at like level 20 something now, instead of, you know, the new level, because the way level scaling hit fucked up what levels you learned the spells, and the starting area was tailored for level 98 still, I guess, in the wording of the quests and stuff. Nothing was meshing. Like, it was all, I think they've just forgot about the Demon Hunter starting area, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if they ever went in and fixed it. I think I posted a bug report about it, because I was kind of peeved. I was like, what the fuck? And it made it so much harder to get through the starting area, because where I would have had like 8 or 9 spells to work with towards the end of it, I had 3, and then for like 2 or 3 quests where I have to be in combat, I was down to like 1 ability, because the weapons had to come off because they were blue, until I could get to the vendor that sold the green ones back to me. It was a whole kerfluffle. Demon Hunter is a pain in the ass for Bloodthirsty, let me tell you. But I was just, what the fuck? So when Fair and I noticed this pacifist Death Knight, her and I were sitting there, we're like, how in the fuck are you a pacifist Death Knight? So we started doing a little bit more research and digging, and they're an allied race pacifist Death Knight. Apparently, the allied race Death Knights don't start in the same starting zone as regular Death Knights. I did not know this. Apparently you do like 2 quests that don't count as kills, and then you get sent through a portal to your capital city. And I was like, okay. Interesting. The only thing that gives me pause, and I'm not going to suggest anyone do this until if and when we get the tracker sorted, which we are still working on. Zaya's been doing some digging, trying to find where the potential issues are coming from. So we do know someone is actively in there trying to figure out what the fuck happened. And where the communication line broke down between the API and us. He apparently you know, you can get out of the Death Knight starting out without killing anything, that's fine. The only thing that Fair and I were kind of scratching our heads about is that the Allied race Death Knights start in blue gear. Not green gear like the normal Allied races. There was an exception for the rest of the Allied races that wanted to be irons or whatever, where the gear had to come off immediately upon login before you registered. Green gear had to go. If we're able to get the tracker back up, I don't know if this person's going to be flagged because the gear's blue. That's a conversation I think Lita and Stir are going to have. And I'm going to have to make sure that Lita's aware of this person. I don't know if she is. I don't know if she saw us talking about it in mod chat. There's a chance an exception could be made. I don't know if there will be one made because Death Knights were never meant to be pacifists the way it was originally set up. So before Allied races came to be, if you were a Death Knight, you could not be a pacifist. Just like Pandaren can't be pacifists because of the kill requirement to get out of their area. Now, granted, there are 2, I think, Pandaren that were on the pacifist list. We're not quite sure how they did that. What's burning?
No, I made myself some sausage.
Oh, okay. There's one way that they managed to get out of the very first starting area, which was not legit, and we condone not legit ways of doing things. They had posted how they did it, and I removed it because we don't want other people doing that, because from time to time, Blizzard employees are aware of us, and they do pop into our Discord. I was told this at least a while ago. So we try to keep things on the even keel. We don't back doing things through illegitimate means. Can you fly out of it if you've bought? No, because you can't get to a flight point. Well, for Pandaren, you can't. There's no way. You are locked into the very first starting zone. Like, the second quest makes you attack training dummies, and they count as a kill. They told us how they got out of that area. I'm not sure if they stayed on Panda Island or not. There was another person that cheesed the system, I think in a similar way, that managed to get off the island when the teleportation scrolls were still part of Inscription. And they just kept using it until it randomly dropped them in Eastern Kingdoms, because there was always like a small percentage chance of it dropping you not where you were hearthed to. I think they changed that or removed that item. Because people were using it as not intended or something. So I think that got changed or removed. It's been a while since I've looked at Inscription. Or they might have changed the wording on it to always takes you back to where your Hearthstone is. So there was some tomfoolery going on there. Death Knight, I don't think you can. I don't know. I haven't tried it with the scouting map. I haven't made a new Death Knight since those really became a thing. But I don't think you get access outside of the starting zone flight points, because you don't, like, I don't think you can. I will try it. Like, there was something weird with the one inscription spell that was like scroll of something, and there was a slight chance that it would fuck up and take you not to where you wanted to go, where your Hearthstone was going, and it would like send you somewhere else. Kind of like how a lot of the engineering items at the time could malfunction and kill you. So, but then I think they changed the wording on it. This was quite some time ago. And I could be misremembering. I'm a little foggy on the exact wording of how the scroll worked. It was bizarre. There was definitely something that we didn't necessarily agree with happening there, but I'm gonna suggest, because somebody did mention in the Discord, they did say that was their character and that they were a specific level and where they were farming. They're farming in the same place that I am. But I'm not gonna suggest anybody does that until A, the tracker comes up, and B, we figure out if that's gonna get an exception placed on it, because I don't know. I'm not the one that makes the rules. I'm just an enforcer. So, well, I mean, technically the tracker is the enforcer, but I'm just a messenger, I suppose. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. But I'm gonna message her, but I wouldn't suggest anyone else try it until decisions get made, and decisions probably won't get made about that until the tracker comes up. The tracker may not flag this person. I don't know. I'm leaning towards it's going to, because that was not green gear, it was blue. But I also don't know all of the exceptions that are in the coding, so I just don't think it ever came up. Because Death Knights couldn't be allied races for a while, I don't think. I think that was something new they added in after allied races came into existence. Like, I don't think that was a thing right away. I think that was something that that came about. But the other way that was being used to get out of the Pandaren starting area was definitely not legit. And I'm not going to repeat it publicly because we don't want other people doing it. But yeah, it was not on the up and up, and we were not okay with that. And we made sure that person knew we were not okay with that. Alright, I think we'll use up this blue fluff. And I think I need to go start my dinner. Because I'm probably well past the point I should have eaten. something. And my neck's getting a little angry at all of the bouncing now, so. Some days it tolerates it a little bit longer than others. That and the shit ton of house chores that have to get done. It's not like there's a... That's a little misleading. So, it's not like I have a huge list, but what I have to do is time consuming. Put it that way. It's probably going to take me at least an hour to get through dishes. I'll probably work on that while my dinner's cooking, because dinner takes about an hour, and then I need to clean kitty litter boxes, and then I need to get all of the trash up on the curb, and I think I need to get some recycling out if there's any energy left, and then I need to work on 2 more challengers. So, my night is booked. Oh, and then we have to do Zuzu time and let him go check his messages. Apparently he had a lot of messages last night on his TREE, because he was sniffing there for a good while. I thought he was trying to snort the ants off the tree trunk for a second. He was smelling that tree like there was no tomorrow. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so cold and my hands were freezing, and I'm like, can we move this along, please? But that must have been a very popular tree last night. Or yesterday. I didn't really see that many people walking dogs lately. Unless there was just a lot of people walking past the tree. I don't know. Alright. Got this last loose little guy here. Where are we gonna stick you? We'll stick you right in there. Alright, so we got a good chunk of this done. I think. I mean, yeah, it did take a while. But, you know, I mean, hang on, I can't see what I'm looking at here. My preview's covered. So, you know, not terrible. I mean, everything has an ugly stage, right? And if you just take it on the nose, then yeah, it's like, that's not that good. But this is our background, so, you know, we still have this to fill in with the dark blue, and we still have a little bit more of the light blue to fill in here. But, you know, we got this whole side done, and that doesn't look half bad. And we'll have to get our golden yellow just a little bit, and maybe just bring in a few strands down in here, I think, just to kind of bring the yellow down into the water just a little bit. But, you know, not terrible. I still kind of have our horizon line somewhat straight. Straighter than I expected it to be. So, yay for putting in our line, and yay for being able to kind of follow it. I know there's still a couple loose guys down here, but my neck's getting angry, so we're gonna stop where we're at for today. So, stream schedule for this week is going to be Monday, nothing planned. Tuesday is 100% dark. We're not doing anything on Tuesday. Husband hypothetically has a D&D game. And then usually later in the evening, our friend that's running it, the two of them, usually do something. What is this? Nope, that's not it. That. Okay. So, let's see. Wednesday we're gonna try to do our challengers. So, oh, you know what? We'll go visit this person. And Thursday, providing we have power, depends on how bad the supposed potential ice storm goes. On Wednesday evening, we'll be doing, I think, Stardew with the husband, if he's up to it.
What's this?
We doing Stardew Valley this week on Thursday?
I assume we're going with that plan.
In theory.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, because I don't have time to do any Minecraft prep this week. And I need to get some stuff smelted. And Friday, I don't know what we'll do. We could do more art. We could do beavers. We should probably do beavers. We haven't finished that playthrough yet. And we finished as get all the buildings in, and I probably should before they do another update. And I lose everything again. Because it's still technically early access. And then next Sunday we'll be back to doing this. Although we could do more art on Friday. I don't know. I'm kind of in more of an art mood than gamey mood right now. So we'll see. Friday could be... We'll see where Friday takes us. We will see where Friday takes us. And then Saturday, we could do something Saturday. Because, I don't know yet, though. Don't quote me on that. Because, there's no podcast this weekend. But we'll see. I might need that time to get caught up on all the other shit. And then next Sunday, we'll definitely be working on this to some degree. But yeah, I'm very, very happy with our progress so far. This is looking pretty good. Pretty good. So I thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon into the early evening. I hope your weekend went well. I hope your week treats you kindly. Don't forget to follow in all of the places down below. I also still have to add my Instagram. There's not much on there right now. It's just kind of going to be a gallery of the stuff I've done, because I don't really do selfies and stuff. So we'll do that. And in the meantime, we're going to go check out another WoW streamer. And we'll see what they're up to. And thank you guys. Have a good day.